American Commission for Human Rights. This is a regional hearing, and the title is Children's Rights in Context of Shrinking Civic Spaces in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. So that's our region, right, ladies? Okay. And this hearing was requested by the Network for Childhood and Adolescence of El Salvador, RIA, coordinator of private institutions for girls, boys, adolescents, and young people and their rights in Honduras, COIPRODEN, the institutional coordinator for the promotion of children's rights, CIPRODENI. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for requesting this hearing. For those of you who don't know me, my name, not likely that after 8 years you wouldn't know me, but perhaps for our virtual audience, I can introduce myself. I'm Esmeralda Rosemena de Troitiño, first Vice Chair of the Human Rights Commission and Rapporteur for Children and Adolescents, and also for Indigenous peoples. And today with me for this audience, I have the Rapporteur for the Rights of Women, Commissioner Julissa Mantilla. She's also the Rapporteur for Memory, Truth, and Justice. Also with us, we have the Deputy Executive Secretary for Monitoring, and she's in charge of many other aspects as well, follow up on many other matters, Maria Claudia Pulido. We also have the System of Cases and Petitions Secretary Jorge with us as well. Thank you for being with us. So the goal of this hearing is to bring attention to the impact of the decline of civic spaces in the Central American region and the countries we've mentioned, the impact of this on the protection and the guarantee of the rights of children and adolescents. We have our colleagues from civil society with us today. We've worked together for years, and I know that they are very well informed about how our hearings are organized. And this is a space where the Commission is able to obtain first-hand information about all of these issues that we are addressing. So I will explain the distribution of time. We'll give 30 minutes for the presentation from civil society. Then the Commission will have 30 minutes. And then there will be 27 minutes for the response from civil society and for them to be able to present some conclusions. I'd like to extend a greeting to the people who are present here today, the Commission's technical team, always providing support, and also my greetings go out to those who are joining us virtually. I now give the floor to civil society. Please identify your organization and yourselves so that we can record that information together with your intervention. Good morning, Honorable Inter-American Commission for Human Rights. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Georgina Villalta from El Salvador's Children's Network, and I'm with Gloria Hernandez from Guatemala and William Vasquez from Honduras. The Network for Children and Teenagers, that's RIA CIPRODENI from Guatemala and COIPRODEN. These are all networks of civil society organizations working for children and adolescents in Central America. Thank you for this time provided to us where we can present our concern regarding the shrinking civic spaces in the region. And we'd like to refer to facts that have impeded this type of free expression and has an impact on children and adolescents. And we'd like to identify also lines of actions to identify and promote the opening of more civic space in the region so that this can contribute to the work of organizations that promote and defend human rights in general, and in particular the rights of girls, boys, and adolescents in the region. And civic space is defined as a place where all people can exercise their civic rights, freedom of association, freedom of expression, and peaceful assembly in order to take joint action in the Central American region. And here we see indicators of political instability that require our attention, since every country is facing different situations of abuse of authority, and this could have significant effects on the guarantee of rights in the short, medium, and long term. Also, we observe that in these countries, experiments or periodic crises, political crises, have been experienced because the elites have sought to remain in power. And this is a challenge in terms of the consolidation of democratic principles, and means that forms of government have appeared that are less democratic. In the Central American region, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, there are more restrictive laws regarding civic society or civil society organizations, according to a study by the Transdisciplinary Studies Center of Central America. These three countries have implemented policies that undermine the system and seek to control the various branches of government, with a special emphasis on the judicial branch. And as a result of these actions, laws have been passed that undermine democracy and restrict the work of civil society organizations in the region. In Guatemala, growing corruption, along with intimidation of prosecutors, is taking apart the incipient rule of law that was being seen in that country. In El Salvador, a concentration of power is leading the country to impunity, with an absence of institutional checks and balances, is along with censorship and the criminalization of opposition and civil society organizations. In Honduras, since 2009, with the coup d'etat, corruption networks and organized crime and drug trafficking crimes have kidnapped the government, and it has been turned into a narco state, as we see in the reports from the New York court. Impunity, that what we see in Nicaragua, shows the long-term consequences of the dismantling of constitutional order, together with intimidation, jailing, migration, forced displacement, misinformation and censorship, economic populism, and criminalization of democracy. Today, this is standard in that country. And these processes lead to a recomposition of authority through the governing elites. They are digging themselves into power when faced with social protests demanding a political change. Honduras and El Salvador are countries where the opposition has become the governing elite, and they seek to change the balance of power so it favors them. In the four countries, these methods used to seek power are involve abusing power in order to distort the rule of law. Let's look at some specific examples of shrinking civic space in these countries. In El Salvador, the constitutional mechanism that should be considered as an exception is today the rule. The regime using public institutions at its own discretion, low-level access to public information. It's now under reserve for up to at least 7 years. and the use of the state apparatus shows the deterioration of a democratic state with rule of law and the latent threat of shrinking civic spaces. Examples: arbitrary arrests and a systematic violation of human rights. During the state of exception, over 72,600 arrests of people have been made there, supposedly linked to gangs or criminal structures. Each one of these people is in the same situation, with no right to defense, without being considered innocent until proven guilty, and going through no process, and having been arrested in an indiscriminate way by the state. Different leaders and organizations report aggressions and arrests of human rights advocates. Up to July of this year, 27 arrests of these types of human rights defenders have been recorded.
The victims' movements and Committee on Family Members of Political Prisoners, COFAPES, say that we have 918 children and boys and 162 girls in prison, as well as reports of 2 babies that died in the Apanteos prison. The policy of criminalization and stigmatization of public officials is also a problem. From January to March, we had 12 attacks on defenders, most of them by public officials. So this is a latent problem that could undermine the financial stability and remove criticisms of the government, and those who do say something could be subject to serious penalties, and in the worst case, they would have their registration taken away. Legal reforms that lead to selective and arbitrary detention and greater persecution and criminalization of protesters and human rights defenders. Another thing to highlight is the special law against terrorism. This law was reformed in March 2022, increasing sentences from 15 to 20 years of prison for members or collaborators of terrorist organizations, and from 30 to 40 years for organizers, leaders, or directors of same. Then we have the law on gangs, associations, and illicit groups. This law criminalizes legal acts taken by the members of these groups, as well as organizers, leaders, and anybody who could directly or indirectly benefit from those acts. The law also enables judges to freeze banks accounts of all said people. We should highlight as well reforms instituted through Decree 458, which prohibits the media from broadcasting messages that allegedly originate with these groups and could in any way cause panic among the population. There have been penal code and criminal procedural code reforms as well, which are having an impact on freedom of association. The ambiguous terms defining illicit groups have led to massive arrests, as I highlighted with the figures before, because of the concept of presumed association with gangs or other groups. So this is the legal and regulatory context of El Salvador, and my colleague will discuss shrinking civic space with regard to other actions. I'm Wilmer Vasquez from Soy Proden, Honduras. The shrinking of civic space in Honduras is also of great concern, owing to a series of challenges and obstacles faced by civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and others who seek to promote citizen participation and the defense of fundamental rights. Based on the UNDP in 2022 and other reports from national and international organizations, the main elements characterizing the situation and the trends in human rights in Honduras are marked by weak institutional capacity of the state and therefore inability to guarantee human rights. According to a report of the Cívicos organization, Honduras is part of the list of countries where it could be documented that historically and ever more frequently civic rights have been impinged upon, especially with regard to environmental activism, and this especially after 2009 and the coup d'etat. For human rights defenders in Honduras, particularly environmental activists, defenders of the land, are being harassed and criminalized. And even when they are not convicted, they spend significant time detained while awaiting trial and are already being punished without there being a conviction. In 2022, Honduras got a score of 34.71 out of 100 on the World Index of Freedom of the Press of Reporters Without Borders. This is considered a very serious score. With conflicts in the state of exception, we find great risk factors for the civil rights of Hondurans, and this requires ongoing monitoring. Freedom of expression is one of the rights that has been most affected historically by shrinking civic space in Honduras. In the context of a new administration, the first woman president in Honduras, civic space has not seen significant adverse effects. It has seen some forward movement. It is limited, but it is brought some hope to public and private agencies that work on the rights of children and adolescents and young people. An example is the creation of the Secretariat SENAF for Children and Families and the implementation of a comprehensive system, Cigadina, for the protection of children's and adolescents' rights. The microphone is not working.
A lo largo de su historia.
This is seen in ongoing stigmatization of social protests. Petitions from different sectors of civil society go unheard. The human rights attorney said it's evident that there's increased reports against human rights defenders, communities, and indigenous defenders. Udi Fegua said that in 2022, 2,265 reports were filed, and those affected say they fear the loss of their civil rights, and it often leads to exile. From 2019 to 2023, there is a notable regression and backsliding with regard to rights, characterized by attacks on human rights defenders, civil society organizations, justice operators, and there's also repression against Native peoples. All this has created a weakened society and a collapse of the rule of law. A clear example is reforms to the law on NGOs, which gives the Ministry of Government the power to dissolve an NGO if it is perceived as in opposition to the Guatemalan state. This proposed reform to the law has been the main factor in limiting action within civic space for those organizations who defend human rights and children's rights in the country. The law on indigeneity and special verification, EB, requires national and international organizations to register with the banking superintendency so that international income can be monitored under the auspices of efforts against money laundering. And it requires periodic reports under threat of penalties imposed in dollars. In addition to laws that are shrinking civic space, we are also seeing manipulation of the legal framework and institutions. This has been seen especially in 2023, when a constitutional law, the law on elections and political parties, was manipulated, as was the Supreme Electoral Council, with purposes of interrupting the first and second rounds of the elections and to take away the rights of the party that had gained the most votes. This denies the rights of voters. There's been perverse manipulation. The courts who are now ruling in spheres that are not of their purview. In 2023, we've also seen significant citizen mobilizations seeking to defend the Movimiento Semilla and democracy in the country. Native peoples are spearheading this. The defense of democracy is because they've historically been excluded from development. So this is an overview of the decline of civic space in the region. But we would also like to highlight the impact of this picture we've painted for you on children and adolescents. So in that regard, we'd like to mention that 10 Latin American countries were consulted, countries that belong to children and adolescent networks. They're part of the Latin American Caribbean Network on on children and adolescents' rights. So these are organizations with which interviews were held and discussions to see what the impact was that they were seeing on children and adolescents. And we received their testimony, their explanations of how this was being felt in different spheres. And so Wilbur will be discussing the results of that. Impact of shrinking civic space on protection and guarantees of children's and adolescents' rights. We are seeing a weakening of civic space in some countries of the region, which has a significant impact on guaranteeing children's, adolescents, and youth rights, and it's manifested in different ways. Restrictions on the freedom of organization in Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Honduras. We see a significant restriction of freedom of organization, petition, and citizen protest. This affects those organizations and movements that work to defend the rights of children and adolescents, limiting their capacity to mobilize and advocate for changes in policies and practices that would benefit the population. Violations of freedom of the press and freedom of expression. We see a restriction of these two rights which is affecting the capacity of the media and journalists to report on issues relating to the rights of children and adolescents. Censorship and persecution of journalists makes it harder to highlight problems faced by children and adolescents and limits the reporting of abuses and rights violations, concentration of power, and lack of institutional monitoring. The concentration of power in the executive branch and the lack of adequate controls and checks weaken the balance of powers inherent to a democracy. This can lead to decisions and policies that do not necessarily prioritize the well-being of children and adolescents. Impunity and a lack of accountability are a persistent problem in the region, meaning that abuses against human rights, including children's and adolescents' rights, are often not properly investigated or punished, weakening of democratic institutions. This translates into a deterioration of justice systems, independence of authorities, and the ability of citizens, including children and adolescents, to influence decision-making.
Obstacles to international cooperation and assistance. And this had an impact on international cooperation and on assistance given to programs and projects aimed at improving the situation of children and adolescents in the region. The restrictions in terms of the capacity of local organizations and civil society to operate has made it difficult to implement development programs and to provide attention to the needs of children and adolescents. Again, the most evident case of this is that of Nicaragua, where internal legislation restricts the actions of civil society organizations and legal personhood for more than 1,400 organizations has been canceled, and the government has not implemented strategies to guarantee for the beneficiary population of these organizations a way to replace this. Also, human rights defenders have faced intimidation and violence in this context. The most evident cases are Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. This hasn't just endangered human rights advocates, but it's also dissuaded others from involving themselves in the protection of children's and adolescents' rights. The limitation on children's participation as protagonists of their own history and the closing of these spaces has reduced the opportunities for them to express their opinions, to contribute to the formulation of policies, and to participate in the building of democratic and just societies. Again, we go back to the case of Nicaragua, where children's involvement is limited to school activities, religious or sports or cultural activities. Vulnerability faced with a crisis and conflicts is especially so for children and adolescents when there is crisis, conflict, or violence. Civil society organizations play a key role in building resilience and in mitigating the risk that these groups face. When their actions are restricted, you are restricting their ability to address the needs of and protect the rights of children and adolescents in difficult situations. The impact on education and social services have made it difficult to promote public policies that can guarantee access to quality education, health services, and social protection for children and adolescents. Accountability and oversight of these services has been impacted as well. Inequality and discrimination is made worse and also affects certain groups of children and adolescents more, such as those in marginalized or migrant communities. supporting investigation and documentation of violations of the human rights of children and adolescents, guaranteeing the security and protection of human rights advocates in collaboration with other organizations for protection from the UN system and from the OAS system, permanently monitoring the social and political situation of the countries in order to guarantee respect for guarantees and integral rights of the citizens, demanding that the states allow human rights promoters to do their work in a safe environment, urging the states to repeal all laws restricting the rights to liberty of association, peaceful assembly, freedom of expression, and access to information, requesting the states that have measures of exception to urgently implement a comprehensive plan for psychosocial care for children and adolescents who have become orphans as a result of the fact that one or both parents have been jailed. Thank you very much.
Sí, muy bien.
Very good. We have a couple of extra minutes. Listening to you for the Inter-American Commission is truly very valuable because it gives us a full view, a comprehensive view. I'm here with the executive secretary, deputy for monitoring, and Commissioner Julissa, with whom we have precisely been very specifically following up what is happening with the states of exception and what this involves in the region. And we've done a very significant evaluation of this, so precisely we can work on thematic reports or country reports that are very specifically focused on these exceptional measures. And as you say, eventually the effect of this, the consequence of this ends up being lack of rights, lack of access to ways to exercise rights, and in terms of these difficulties in developing for children and adolescents a way to let them live their lives in education, in health, in sports, in all these different areas where they need to express themselves as members of a community, of a society, and of a country. As the rapporteur for children's rights, I will wait until the end for my intervention, but Julissa Mantilla, Commissioner, I'm sure has some very important points to share at this time. Good morning, civil society. It's a pleasure to see you all again, and I thank you for your presentation on the current context. It's so important for the work we do. I'd like to ask you if you could give us more details about information linked specifically to children and adolescents. In some cases, you said that these states of exception or states of emergency, the situations we're already familiar with, can lead to situations where children are not prioritized. So can this lead to it, or does it lead to it? Can you give us more specific information? You have some time. In the case of El Salvador, for example, it's not just a matter of the state of exception and the prisons, but also the impact that this can have on the children, the sons and daughters of arrested persons, the topic of the capture of members of gangs, their ages, and in a differentiated way and from an intersectional perspective, look at the impacts on Afro-descendant or indigenous girls and boys, and in particular the situation of girls, sexual abuse, pregnancy, in minors, if you give us some more details, because we're very clear on the context and important that you remind us on that. But how specifically does this affect children? And we've heard your recommendations, monitor, we'll continue to do that, but we'd like to get some more information regarding these details. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria Claudia, Executive Secretary. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you very much, Madam President. We'd like to first thank you for all the information that you've given us. It comes at a good time because we are conducting parallel exercises, and two of them really have to do with this. One of them is the annual report for 2023 that is under preparation, and Chapter 24 refers to a mechanism for monitoring states of exception. And it's Chapter 4, actually. We have Chapter 4A, which is the landscape regarding the situation on human rights in different countries of the region. And this information is very much related to this. And then there's 4B, that part of the chapter where the Commission provides special reports on those countries that it's particularly concerned about. So I wanted to tell you that in the 2022 annual report, the Commission did address several of these matters related to aspects you've mentioned about the various countries, and specifically in Guatemala. And this was included in Chapter 4B because of those causes, those situations that you referred to, having to do with the independence of the judicial branch and the instrumentalization of mechanisms that should be used against impunity and are actually being adapted so that they can be used as a way to neutralize the work of civil society organizations. And the Commission during this period of sessions will also launch on November 9th at 6 p.m., and I'll take this opportunity to spread the word about this. It's a report on shrinking civic spaces or democratic spaces in Nicaragua. It's the first report where the Commission will talk about the concept of civic spaces, and a database was created including over 3,000 civil society organizations that were shut down in Nicaragua. So it's precisely what you are talking about, and the report deals with that in depth. Regarding Honduras, I wanted to say that the Commission is working on a country report. The on-site visit took place this year, and the hope is that it will be published before the current composition by December 31st is done. And again, it deals with some of the points you've raised. And I also wanted to say that the Commission and the Commissioner Julissa is rapporteur for El Salvador, and she's been very concerned about the use of states of exception, states of emergency. And the question by the Commission, based on all this monitoring, is what is the impact of these states of exception on the human rights of the population? And it's very important to focus, as you have, on children and adolescents. And so that would be information about the requests that you have for the Commission, in particular regarding a plan for psychosocial care for those children whose father or mother or both parents are imprisoned. So it's very relevant to look at this information that you present, as well as this request of the Commission that you include recommendations with a focus on children in the report, and in this one in particular. And then in closing, I wanted to say that the Commission has also been working from a regional perspective on different issues, in particular also for human rights advocates. And in March, it published a report on environmental advocates and in the region. And that also brings to light some of the elements you've mentioned. And given the fact that in its strategic plan for 2017, as well as in the current plan approved in 2023, 3, the Commission pays special attention to Central America. And that's why the Commission has invested so much in observing the situation there, and in particular in the sub-region that you are telling us about today. And here I want to echo the words of the President as well as the words of Commissioner Mantilla. We need to have concrete, specific cases to illustrate these context, this information that you are providing, the cases affecting children and adolescents, and where we need that action to combat citizen lack of security or any other matter. So thank you very much, Madam President. I just took the opportunity to tell everyone about all this related work that the Commission is doing so that it is known by these organizations from the civil society, and this includes networks from your region. Go ahead.
Thank you to civil society for all the information provided to the IACHR. And speaking from the system of cases and petitions, it's very important to have this information for the Commission's monitoring. It's also very helpful when the Commission then hears a case, because it gives context for considering those cases. So I'd wish to ask you to provide information in writing, because you provided an entire spectrum of restrictions of civic space, discussing possible criminalization. You've discussed issues having to do with state of emergency, restrictions of financing and funding on these organizations. So it would be really interesting to see which legal definitions are being used, what exactly is causing the restrictions, and beyond laws, what institutional practices are occurring. And aside to those two levels, there are also the different impacts on children, because funding restrictions, you have to draw the path to show how that then impacts children. That's what we need. So if you can draw that line from the legal framework, institutional practices, and funding, and how that translates into a differentiated impact on children, and which legal definitions and precepts have been used that cause an impact on children in civic space. That's it for me. Thank you. As you can see, what we need is for this context to be applied to the rights of children and adolescents. I have 4 points that I'd like to raise, areas on which you could perhaps expound. And again, we ask that when you submit information in writing, yes, that you provide those connections to the issues to children. In terms of youth justice, El Salvador has a very particular situation. The proposed law to lower the age of criminal responsibility. How many adolescents are affected by this response being applied to combat gang activity and crime, where here the impact is primarily on adolescent boys in contact with the criminal justice system? How many are affected by this regime with the arbitrary detentions and these public group processes, right, where it's not individual trials, but rather collective trials where the judge calls 4 or 5 youth up at the same time, that really is a peculiar aspect of youth justice. And I wanted to ask about this specifically because this ties into the state of emergency that is leading to the arbitrary arrest of many people. It's enough to have a tattoo to be arrested, although these days tattoos are very common and natural, no? Second point. These policies that you have judged to be regressive, how are they impacting institutions tasked with protecting children? So within the system of children's defense, these subpoenas, we have a thematic report on the guarantees of children's rights, and the strength there is precisely the institutions created to protect children's rights. So how is the context affecting the institutional framework within the country and the ability of these institutions to provide a response and to protect rights and to restore rights? And this would include the special legal system for children. There were real gains. That's why I speak of regression or backsliding. So in the national protection systems, which have institutions and special courts within that system, where's the impact? Is it budgetary? Are powers being taken away from these institutions? Or is it just that the laws are limiting the response they can provide? Third point, you spoke of something which was reaffirmed by the Assistant Executive Secretary. It's something we've looked at before. In Nicaragua and the shrinking of civic space, and and the closure of organizations. This is happening in Guatemala as well as Nicaragua. By the use of special laws, NGOs are being shut down, anti-terrorism laws or what have you. And in this work, and a reason for calling this meeting, it would be worthwhile to calculate how many children are affected by the fact that today they are not being served by a significant number of NGOs that work with women, children, indigenous people, organizations that have been shut down. That's a figure that's worth having. How many children and adolescents are adversely affected by the fact that NGOs specifically designed to provide support to them and their surroundings have been shut down? It could even affect how the children's ability to attend school. And perhaps it's at school where they get breakfast and lunch. So figures along those lines would be helpful because they identify direct impacts. I said there were 4 points, but I think there really were only 3. I just wanted to make the point that there are vulnerable groups that require support, and they may not be getting that support because organizations have been shut down. And this, of course, has an impact on democratic institutions, rule of law, and all of it will factor in to our assessment in the annual report, paragraph 4B, and it would be something directed by the Commission to these countries. So please do provide the data. It's always helpful to get it in writing afterwards, but we'd like to hear your final thoughts, taking that approach now on the impact that all of this has on the lives and rights and participation of children, that the best interest of the children that countries are required to act in as part of inter-American and international human rights systems. Thank you, commissioners and Executive Secretary, for your input and feedback regarding the information that should be provided. It'll be very helpful for monitoring. It's agreed. In terms of highlighting further aspects as requested by Commissioner Julissa, and to be more specific regarding the impact on children of a shrinking civic space, I would say that in the context of the legislative measures being taken, I'll speak to El Salvador. Others can talk about other countries. For instance, increasing sentences from 15 to 20 years, that has a significant impact on the lives of children and adolescents, and increased penalties. On that point, I can say that we have gathered data on this. We have 918 boys and 162 girls imprisoned. In the research being done on these children, and given the presumption of innocence, they're waiting. They're waiting for a decision, and that undermines the inherent rights of children and their development. We'd like to highlight the psychosocial impact that this has on children's lives. If we look at girls, for instance, we have evidence from various cases where children had, or where girls have had both parents in prison and therefore had to leave school and then take care of her 3 younger siblings. We are aware of such cases where a 15-year-old girl had to leave school because both parents were taken away and she had to take care of her younger siblings. And she's just trying to figure out how to survive, to feed those younger children who are now in her care. So this happens, that adolescents are taking on the role of both mother and father in these situations. That's a significant impact. And then there are no programs that specifically address the psychosocial well-being of orphaned children. And these situations exacerbate other issues because civic space is involved in other issues: forced displacement, human mobility, human trafficking. And the disintegration of families. All of this has been exacerbated. And we would like to make clear that regarding the youth justice system, these reforms also have a major impact. We need to take into account in El Salvador that there is a reserve of information. There's classified information. Now, if you want to access information, how many children have been affected, there's no transparency. You only have the data of organizations, civil society organizations, and so that's a further limitation. The availability of information, because information is classified. It's going to be classified until 2029. Another impact that we see is in the realm of mental health. 10 boys and girls were captured and were then freed because of community protests, but it was in the context of a dramatization, a historical dramatization. Children that were they were middle school children, and they were using a uniform because they were playing out a historical event, and for that they were arrested. So this kind of thing happens when you have a state of emergency. And when we talk about backsliding the youth criminal law, which was reformed, this has an impact on the national system of children's protection. When we have no data available, it weakens the system because it's concrete data that helps us target our work and preventive actions and be sure it is timely. And speaking of children's protection systems, this requires coordination, immediate action, decentralization, and a comprehensive view with also a gender perspective so that services can be provided. Commissioner Julissa Mantilla talked about differentiation because the state of emergency is not affecting boys and girls in the same way. Look at the data, 918 boys. This is data provided by just one organization, right? 918 boys, 164 girls. We see through this data that there's more stigmatization of boys as being connected with gangs because they have a tattoo or just because they are there's some suspicion.
And then these 172,000 detentions, we presume, and we're aware that it's information that needs to be systematized. But out of these 72,000 plus, each family has 3 or 4 children on average. So over 100,000 children are being indirectly affected as well because of these captures, these 72,600 captures. So we see how this issue of civic space does have a powerful impact on the whole system, on the regulatory framework that develops, and how attempts are made to impede the work of organizations. That NGO law is a clear example in many countries. And when we say that it can have a greater impact, it is already happening, but also because it is a sort of cascade effect that we see in various countries of the region. So it's important to also, yes, have evidence of specific cases, and especially to show that this regression in human rights is happening and it needs to be reverted. And we are aware that civil society has a bigger challenge here. It does not have official information on it, so it needs to work in this context of lack of security and repression. And this is very conscientious and long-term work that needs to be done to find these specific cases. And the information we have is thanks to the work of civil society organizations exclusively. Thank you. We acknowledge that in Honduras we've had an economic, social, and political crisis, and we've had to come out of what we've called a narco dictatorship after the coup that brought with it, of course, regression in terms of human rights, and that matter of the concentration of power, corruption, drug trafficking, organized crime, impunity, etc. And of course, all of this has a direct impact on the exercising of the fundamental rights of children and adolescents. And that's why we've been looking at these indicators for these last few years. And these consequences, these repercussions come after 12 years of narco dictatorship in the country. And of course, that is what we are harvesting today in terms of social inequality. We are the Latin American country with the greatest inequality. Over 75% of the population lives in poverty and over 40% in extreme poverty and social exclusion. And I mention this because the decisions that are made from the official institutions and that concentration of power have direct repercussions on the rights of girls and boys. And speaking now in particular about the state of emergency or exception and that structural violence that it has left behind in the country, we're greatly concerned because even though a state of emergency was imposed in the last quarter, I think, of 2022, and we understand that at certain exceptional times, decisions that are exceptional have to be made, but they need to be temporary, not permanent, and that's what it looks like at this time. And in spite of this state of exception and certain strategies for strengthening citizen security, we closed 2022 with 569 violent deaths or murders of adolescents and young people under 30, out of whom at least 24% were girls and boys from 0 to 10 years of age, and 76% between 19 and 30 years of age. And we're even more worried because even at this time, during this state of emergency, if we compare the first 10 months of 2022 to the first 10 months of 2023, we see a total already of 126 cases more than we had in 2022. This means that there's a 21% increase in the rate of violent deaths. And this concerns us because far from seeing a reduction in the number of violent deaths, we see an increase, and this is just based on the monitoring by the network COIPRODEN of communications media. It could be an even higher number than we have right now. Another matter, and we think it's something that also has an impact, is the expulsion of children from the country. Those who make the decision of migrating, preferring to die, attempting to leave the country and to reach a country where they can have fundamental rights. At the end of 2022, we had over 15,000 deportations of children under 18 years of age, and so far we have a total of 9,680 deportations of people under 18 years of age. And these are just the ones that have been deported. How many are in the transit countries or at the border between Mexico and the U.S., in detention centers on the U.S. side of the border? And of course, we're worried about that. Another concerning piece of information for us as civil society is the internal or forced displacement that takes place because of violence, where at least 43% of these displacements in 2022 and part of 2023 are children under 18 years of age. At least 240,090 people who have been displaced due to violence. In terms of juvenile justice, of course, we have a similar situation in the region. The government and the media criminalize those adolescents and see them as responsible for the violence and not necessarily as the victims of the same. And that's why we get those proposals to reduce the age, move down the age of criminal responsibility. In the case of Honduras, we have one of the youngest ages starting at 12 years of age, they can be accused by law. So also we have the politicization of the state institutions, in particular those that should guarantee the protection of the human rights of children and adolescents. We should not politicize these institutions, and they should be under the control of people with experience and knowledge, and to focus on the human rights of children, because the state should be the guarantor of these human rights. And at this time in particular, we're concerned about what's happening with the institution in charge of children in conflicts, because of this focus on control and security and not on the progress we could have made if we had focused on rights. And another matter, of course, that we're very concerned regarding civic spaces in Honduras, and something we need to look at, is the criminal code on impunity. We acknowledge that we have now a new government administration making efforts to bring back rule of law. We formed a working group with civil society organization representatives, where we are strategically working with state institutions, conducting analyses of what's happening in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua to try to avoid this type of situation in Honduras. Undoubtedly, the situation of children and adolescents is harshly affecting the countries being represented here today. It's shocking that one of the scourges faced by children and adolescents is precisely migration, accompanied and unaccompanied migration, as a result of the worsening of the economic situation of families post-COVID, where the states did not provide a suitable response through programs, policies, and strategies. And this has led to a worsening of this situation and has caused children to have to live without guarantees of their basic rights. I'd also like to refer to another matter: sexual abuse being suffered by girls and boys who are indigenous and those who are not at a national level. And this situation, far from improving, has become worse. We know that during the pandemic, the children were forced to be at home with those who were sometimes victimizing them, and this was not dealt with in a timely fashion, this problem. And I'd also like to mention that forced unions continue to be a reality in the country, and there is no strategy that has had a positive effect on this situation. The sexual and reproductive rights of girls, boys, and adolescents are also under threat, as the current government does not recognize these rights and considers sexual diversity as a gender disorder from which children and adolescents need to be protected. And this has been captured in draft laws that were vetoed thanks to the efforts of civil society regarding child pregnancies. This continues to be a reality in Guatemala, even though programs such as Planea have been implemented, and these are pilot programs, and girls and adolescents are not receiving the support they need through programs to help them improve their situation in this regard. I also want to talk about regressive policies that have been implemented in the country. And again, far from providing the needed support to girls, are bringing us back to the past, to a situation we had decades ago. And this situation is exacerbated by situations such as having ministries implementing some of these policies in schools, so denying sexual education to children. And as civil society, we have implemented programs, but these programs are under the responsibility or require the authorization of official institutions for their implementation, and this limits what can be done in this area. Thank you very much. Very good. I think it has been a very rich second round of questions and responses. And of course, all the information you can provide to us in writing, we will appreciate. It will be very valuable to us. And of course, the context of the region for the Inter-American Commission is currently a watershed moment, we believe, and you will see this reflected in our reports. And as I was saying, when we received the request for this hearing, we have a commitment to Central America, and the report that will come out will be a contribution to this work and a guide for civil society, but also for the governments, a guide in terms of what needs to be identified and what needs to be followed up on. We are about to close this hearing since we had those 20 minutes. Thank you very much. We are here for you and will be in touch with you, working to defend the rights of children and adolescents. This hearing has ended.
We shall now begin hearing number 10 in our 188th session of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. At this time, we are holding the hearing Freedom of Expression and Press in the framework of the new social communication law in Cuba. This hearing was requested by the Pan American Foundation for Democracy, the Latin American Network of Young People for Democracy, Impulsa Latinoamérica, Civil Rights Defenders, Unión Patriótica de Cuba, and the Patmos Institute. My name is Esmeralda Rosema de Troitiño, the first Vice President of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. I am responsible for the rapporteurship on the rights of indigenous peoples and also the rapporteurship on the rights of children and adolescents. At this time, I'm accompanied by Commissioner José Luis Caballero, the rapporteur for the country, as special rapporteur for the freedom of expression, Dr. Pedro Vaca. I extend my warmest greetings to the organizations who called this hearing and express likewise my appreciation for your efforts to document information despite all the constraints within which you work, so that we Yes, I'm sorry, I was thinking of Colombia. No, the rapporteur for Human Rights Defenders. The country rapporteur is actually not with us at this time owing to personal health issues. Yes, thank you for that clarification, José Luis. The objective of this hearing is to enable you to submit to the Commission all your information and testimony demonstrating the serious violations of the freedom of expression and press due to the implementation of the new social communication law in Cuba, which was enacted in May of this year during the second special session of the National Assembly of People's Power. This is the first media law created since the dictatorship took over in 1959. So this is an opportunity for the Commission to receive information and testimony from you. I would also like to extend our greetings to all of those attending this hearing in person, and also to those who are following us via social media. So to provide context on the time distribution, you will have an initial 30 minutes to present your information. Then the Commission will have approximately 30 minutes, or perhaps a bit less, to give you all more time. And then you'll be able to respond, round out the information for another 27 minutes. So without further ado, I'd like to immediately give you the floor so that we can hear from you. We ask that you please identify yourselves, give your name and the organization that you represent so that we can take due note of your participation. Thank you. And with that, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning, President, Commissioners Vaca and Caballero. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to speak to you about freedom of expression, and specifically in light of the new social communication law. We are here as the Pan American Foundation for Democracy, Red Latinoamericana de Jóvenes por la Democracia, known as Juventud LAC, Impulsa Latinoamérica, Civil Rights Defenders, Unión Patriotica de Cuba, and Instituto Patnos. I'm Rosa Paya. According to the official government, the social communication law adopted by the Cuban government seeks to defend socialist ideology of the nation, to preserve the values and achievements of the Cuban Revolution. It's clear it's not really seeking to protect the freedom of expression of people or to protect against hate speech. This law rather seeks to use communications as a vital tool to counter information attacks and manipulation, which are perceived as threats to the socialist system of Cuba. So, in other words, silence, persecute dissent, and freedom of expression in media and then public space in Cuba.
Hay que decir que esto
This is nothing new in Cuban law, which has repeatedly used decrees to violate freedom of expression, and it's not new in practice either. This law, however, closes off any ability to provide legal status to the media. It condemns them in practice to illegality. It's an effort to pretend they don't exist, take away their legitimate right to participate in national public space. In fact, this law stipulates in Article 26.2 that news agencies, radio, TV, and social media, print and digital, are socialist-owned property of the state. This political apartheid is, of course, based on the constitution imposed by the Communist Party in 2019. Given the adverse contacts experienced by political opposition activists, artists, communicators, and human rights defenders in Cuba, those organizations here are deeply concerned about the implementation of this new law, especially as regards the impact it'll have on those advocating for human rights in the nation. The forces of repression in general, and specifically security services, the feared G2, are going to apply the law to exercise control over the population, targeting especially dissidents, opposition, independent journalists, and representatives of civic institutions. The legislation contains articles that are run counter to freedom of press and expression in the country. A clear expression is 12.2d, which emphatically stipulates that content may in no case be used for the purpose of subverting the constitutional order and destabilizing the social justice and socialist system, and prohibits any kind of defamation or libel against or a political or social system. And given the broadness of this tenet, it's clearly applied to silence dissidents under the protection of state order and its institutions. According to this article, any independent press activity is automatically a violation of law. Additionally, Article 52b imposes individuals and entities with the requirement to respond or answer for any content that they publish or write, creating an environment of self-censorship, the fear of writing anything that might be perceived as critical or counterproductive. You could be held criminally liable for publishing or posting a tweet that is against the government. This is a violation of freedom of press and expression, but also human rights. As regard freedom of expression and access to information, the new social communication law in Cuba directly impacts on the exercise of freedom of press and expression. The language in key articles gives the state power to penalize the media, creating a hostile environment. This context does not favor plurality of voices, which would be necessary for democratic development, the full exercise of civic rights. This informs a mechanism that permits persecution of social actors and communicators who stray from the official line of the government, and empowers the state to have strict supervision and control over all information in the country. And as has become clear, this law strengthens penalization and sanctioning of independent journalism, social media, and criticism of government officials and structures. It is important to note that respected international organizations have alerted to this problem. It's crucial to note that Cuba is 172 of 180 countries in the world classification of freedom of the press, according to Reporters Without Borders in 2023. It's the country that scores the worst in freedom of the press in Latin America. The Special Rapporteurship for Freedom of Expression of this commission has publicly stated its concerns, and we're grateful for that, regarding the passage of this law, emphasizing that it counters international standards of human rights and worsens censorship in the country. Along similar lines, the Inter-American Society of the Press has condemned and expressed concern over these policies and laws, saying that the new law encourages censorship directed against independent journalists, significantly co-opting freedom of expression. Reporters Without Borders has also condemned this law, highlighting what it means for journalists operating in the country. And with all this in mind, I'd like to invite you to hear the testimony of Constantine, who runs independent press outlet in the island and is vice president of the CIP. We have a video. Go ahead, please.
Hola, mi nombre es Henry Constantín Ferreira, soy periodista cubano, director del medio independiente La Hora de Cuba, vivo en Camagüey, en Cuba. Hago este video, en primer lugar, para hablar primeramente de la ley de comunicación social vigente hoy en este país, una ley que tuvo como principal objetivo actualizar el marco regulatorio, más bien el marco de prohibiciones de las cosas que los cubanos no deben hacer, que tienen que tener cuidado al hacer en términos de libertad de expresión. Esta ley solo introduce algunas novedades en cuanto a términos, en cuanto a áreas que, digamos, actualizan el vocabulario represivo cubano. El vocabulario represivo anterior correspondía al Código Penal, correspondía a un grupo de leyes anteriores a la era en la que Internet, Facebook, las redes sociales en general, las protestas masivas que ha habido en Cuba y otros fenómenos, pues cambiaron el panorama. Prácticamente no hay casi nada nuevo que los cubanos no sepamos que es problemático desde antes en esta ley. Lo esencial es que, bueno, además de que habla específicamente de la persecución al financiamiento extranjero para ONG o, bueno, para los medios independientes, que la ley esta no reconoce, desde luego, que habla de la persecución a lo que se diga en redes sociales. El gran problema, al margen de esta o de cualquier otra legislación cubana vigente, es el carácter arbitrario en que es aplicado. Tanto la ley de comunicación social como el decreto 370, que afecta muchísimo la libertad de expresión en Internet. Un solo inciso de un artículo de este decreto, el inciso I, de uno de los artículos, castiga arbitrariamente la publicación de contenido que las autoridades consideren molesto. Pues el problema es ese, que no hay ningún mecanismo que garantice imparcialidad, que proteja la libertad de expresión de otras prácticas y permite que quienes tienen el poder efectivo en este país pues los usen para castigar a quienes les son molestos. Este es el problema de esta legislación y de las demás, que no hay nada que balance y que siempre son interpretadas por todos los estratos del poder, por todos por todas las, digamos, los poderes del Estado, ejecutivo, legislativo y judicial, son interpretados siempre favorablemente a quienes gobiernan Cuba. En mi caso, en las últimas semanas he sufrido 3 detenciones y lo llamativo de ellas es que ninguna de las 3 detenciones, o sea, las 3 fueron motivadas por intentar, o porque soy periodista, o sea, fui detenido porque me ven, identifiquen, este es periodista independiente y en salud. En solo 2 de los casos yo estaba intentando hacer periodismo, en el otro no, me encontraba realizando movimientos de mi vida personal. Y en estos 3 casos no me fue aplicado, no fui castigado por ninguna ley específica que tuviera que ver con la libertad de expresión. Sencillamente en 2 de los casos fueron, o sea, ni siquiera me notificaron de por qué me detenían. Simplemente un oficial me decía, bueno, por tus publicaciones en redes sociales te pueden traer problemas, básicamente. Y en el otro, porque estaba ilegal, según ellos, en La Habana, siendo yo residente de Camagüey, no debía estar en La Habana sin un documento oficial que me autorizara eso. Una legislación antigua que data de los 90, con lo cual intentaron, bueno, pues sacarme de la calle, pero que no se le aplica a prácticamente nadie. O sea, lo esencial es el carácter arbitrario, al margen de que existe, que son muy condenables la ley de comunicación social como otra legislación. El problema grande en Cuba es que quienes las interpretan, quienes las ejecutan, quienes las debieran defender, son personas que no obedecen leyes, ni actúan de acuerdo a leyes, sino que obedecen órdenes de sus superiores anclados al poder en Cuba, ¿no? Esa es la gran situación. Creo que la CIDH, al margen de muchas otras áreas de trabajo, puede seguir desarrollando en relación con el tema cubano. Nunca está de más que investigue, que condene, que se pronuncie claramente en contra de la ley de comunicación social, pero también, sobre todo, en contra del principal mecanismo para encarcelar ciudadanos que se expresan con libertad, que es el Código Penal cubano, y desde luego contra el decreto 370, que ha servido para multar y desde luego castigar a muchísimos cubanos por expresarse en redes sociales contra la situación que se vive en el país. Muchísimas gracias por su tiempo, por su atención.
Acabamos de escuchar a Henry.
Henry is obviously in a situation of extreme vulnerability, can't freely move around the country, and this is affecting all journalists. We have the testimony from other people as well. We're not going to be able to read the testimony, additional testimony, but we do ask that you review it because it's especially illustrative of the situation. There's Ezequiel Morales Carmenate. Ezequiel is a peaceful protester who has been for decades working on promoting and defending human rights on the island. He was condemned to 2 years, 6 years of privation of liberty owing to posting on Facebook. The municipal court of Puerto Padre found him guilty of contempt. As his wife, Rosa Martinez Orquiza, says in statements to Radio Televisión Martí, the verdict was based on images that Ezequiel shared on his social media platform. It wasn't even his own content. He just shared it. He was retained July 11th, doing household chores, was carried to a police station, and later transferred to a provincial detention center. He has suffered many violations during his time in prison, and we'd like you to receive the letter that Ezequiel sent asking for a public declaration requesting his release in Cuba. Then we would like to present you with the testimony of Norias Rodriguez, a telecommunications entity coordinator of Ucavay TV, on the violations of rights he has encountered in Cuba. Thank you. Thank you to the Commission for this opportunity. In December of 2018, Cubans were connected for the first time massively to Internet using mobile technology. For decades, the dictator has restricted access to physical spaces, hotels, cybercafes, etc., because it was too expensive for most citizens. With this new opportunity in 2018, Cubans began to be able to be empowered and meet in cyberspace, organize, and complain about the situation they're experiencing. Given this reality, the government implemented new measures to stop this. One of the techniques most used would be to shut down internet service during protests, and these shutdowns often were accompanied by certain social network platforms being blocked, those such as Facebook, WhatsApp, or Twitter. In the protests of July 11, 2021, the government cut off internet and blocked social media. And something similar happened when the regime's forces erupted into the Movimiento San Isidro headquarters in November 2020. The same thing happened during the protests outside the Ministry of Culture in January 2021, or during the Caimanera and Guantanamo protests in May of 2023. In addition, websites of independent press and media organizations have had their websites blocked too. This has been happening since internet began in Cuba. And then there have been reports in recent years of selective internet shutdowns for activists, opposition members, and independent journalists. This means that the internet service is suspended from the devices of people who criticize the government, and these shutoffs always coincide with important days like Human Rights Day or the anniversary of July 11th or May 20th, which is Independence Day. Many victims have reported that they've even had to change their SIM card, basically their phone number, because for months the Cuban telecommunications company, which is a monopoly, has taken months to reestablish service. Hacking of social network profiles and activist devices is another common report. And sometimes through hacking, the regime has accessed private information and then published it on national TV. And identity theft in networks and cyber harassment are other techniques the government uses to intimidate the population and discourage the use of cyberspace as a platform for protest. They use a whole army of cyber trolls to harass activists and journalists and social media, manipulate the conversation in those platforms in order to benefit the regime's propaganda. The decommissioning of mobile devices is another measure that the government has used, as has been reported by activists and journalists. In addition, the dictatorship has created laws such as Decree Law 370, which sanctions free expression in social media, which has had at least 61 victims so far. Other laws, such as Decree Law 35, the Criminal Code, and the Communications Law, seek to censor content that the citizens share on the internet. In 2022, Yucca received 272 reports of digital rights violations in Cuba. The most common were selective internet shutdowns, the disconnection of mobile phone lines, and cyber harassment, fines under Decree Law 370, and the decommissioning of mobile devices. Activist Marta Tamayo in 2022 was one of the individuals who suffered the most from this type of move, cyber harassment, having her internet cut down. Marta Delo is a member of the Citizen Committee for Racial Integration, and along with other colleagues in that committee, they've accounted for most of the reports, or many of the reports of such actions. Abu Dunaya Tamayo, a writer and human rights activist, has also suffered a number of digital rights violations in 2022. Internet cutoff, service cutoff was commonly reported. Abu is one of the cases of activists that the Cuban regime has prevented from having mobile service for months, and after buying a new phone line, once again experienced the same thing. Many of these reports are reflected in Freedom House's most recent report on internet freedom. And this places Cuba in last place in the hemisphere in terms of internet freedoms. Internet in Cuba is the least free internet in the American continent. Good morning, commissioners. I'm Jose Rubio. I'm part of Civil Rights Defenders, and I would like to share a complementary perspective around the deterioration of freedom of expression in Cuba. I'd like to begin by highlighting that the recent passage of the social communications law marked a serious blow to personal autonomy, the expression of in real time, social function of art and journalism, and it degrades human rights in general, preventing citizens from having access to true facts and artistic expression. It is undermining the right to be duly informed and to have a critical view of their reality. As mentioned previously, this law has prevented independent journalism. And new restrictions may also affect artistic production as a means of expression for writers, composers, poets, rappers, illustrators, singers, graphic artists who cannot express themselves, question, or go out to use public space and digital space in a peaceful manner. Today in Cuba, we're seeing a high level of fear amongst the voices that could be agents of change, inoffensive, peaceful actions like publishing a story, photographs, texts, songs, graffiti, artwork, letters, and presenting any of this through the internet, sending any of it can lead to individual internet shutoffs, interceptions, hacking on messaging app accounts, intimidation, both physical and psychological, destruction and confiscation of works, bans on leaving the country, searches of homes, limitation on moving between cities, arbitrary arrests for short and long periods of time, trials, forced exile, and the imposition of disproportionate sentences. And as if that were not enough, repression has also extended to the individuals' families and friends. For instance, we've witnessed the case of rapper Richard Zamora Brito, whose family members were fired just because they were related to him and being associated with the Council for Racial Integration. Various members have been arrested, disappeared for 40 days, during which families didn't know of their whereabouts. Currently subject to deprivation of liberty without the ability to work on music. He can't go to Havana, can't work with his production team. And as he is subject to house arrest with constant supervision, he cannot attend any cultural events. In Cuba, lyrics, prose, movie, independent poetry, all are subject to discrediting campaigns by the media using stigmatizing and violent and dehumanizing language in these mass broadcast spaces, and through other means they are stigmatized and made caricatures, saying that they are against social morals just because of what they say. Michael Castillo Perez is another example. He's a musician and multidisciplinary performer, and he founded the San Isidro movement.
Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara, his situation is known to the Commission. Criminal codes, the criminal code has been applied or enforced in a way that it doesn't make sense. He has been part of the peaceful demonstrations of July 11th, and they were given sentences of 9 and 5 years, these two activists, because under contempt of court and defamation of institutions and under other accusations. We also have the situation of Randy Arteaga Rivera, a musician His rap songs have been a way to report racism and discrimination in the country. Randy was violently arrested, and while he was peacefully participating in Santa Clara in the July 11th demonstrations, and in 2022 he was sentenced to 5 years in prison for a contempt and public disorder. During his time in prison, he has been subject to forced labor. He had COVID. He's had asthma crisis, and he has been unable to communicate with his family, and he's also the breadwinner for his family. Then there have been cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment that several artists have suffered, and psychological torture and pressure have also been used for fabricated confessions. In this regard, the case of the poet Maria Cristina Garrido she's an example of this. She was beat up by the political police July 12, 2021, and she was forcibly disappeared for days. She was accused of several different crimes, and supposedly she was leading the protest after a trial with false testimony from security agents of the state, and where the prosecutor requested 15 years in prison. The Mayave court condemned her to 5 years of prison, and she is now in a women's prison where she has been beaten up, interrogated, threatened, punished, tortured. She has not been able to receive visits from her family, and her literary production was seized by the state from her home, and part of it has been lost, and it will be very difficult to recover, since it is notebooks where Maria Cristina was writing her thoughts about her life and about what she thought of the government. I'd like to talk about a graffiti artist and tattoo artist, Jessica, who went out on July 11th to ask for democracy and freedom. Days later, she was pulled out of her home and interrogated without a legal order. She was arrested for 24 days and kept in custody in a jail with no communication with her family. In her case, prosecutors requested 27 years, saying that she was guilty of sedition and had abandoned her son. The trial took place under security measures, and she was taken to the Holguín women's prisoners without being told about what her sentence was, which was 15 years, and she has been in prison. She has an infection in her foot, and she can only receive guests every 15 days. Richard Zamora, Randy Arteaga, Ms. Garrido, Jessica Torres, Michael Castillo, Luis Manuel Autero, Henry Constantin, Norges, Ezequiel Morales. All these cases show a clear pattern of systematic violations of freedom of expression and incongruence with freedom of the press and artistic freedom. It is evident thus that the goal of the Cuban state is to silence any person who might express themselves in favor of democracy and doesn't agree with the official narrative.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Taking into account all that has been said and the high level of vulnerability that independent journalists, artists, intellectuals, opponents, and members of civic societies in Cuba and Cuban citizens in general suffer, as their situation has been called by several international organizations as the worst situation regarding freedom of expression, we request the Commission for, number one, for them to ask for a suspension of the social communication law because it is incompatible with the Inter-American Declaration on the Rights of Man, which establishes that every person has a right to a freedom of opinion and expressing their thoughts by any means. That's Article 4. And 2, we want you to request or demand the liberation, the freedom of all the people who have been imprisoned. And 3, request an extraordinary session of the Permanent Council of the OAS to present the situation regarding freedom of expression in Cuba, as well as the violations of fundamental human rights that are taking place there, the situation of political prisoners and extrajudicial executions that are the responsibility of the Cuban state and have been documented by this commission, as the case of Osvaldo Payá and others. 4, create a special follow-up mechanism for Cuba. And again, we insist on the importance of creating this mechanism urgently to respond in a timely and effective way to the challenges that exist because of the systematic violation of human rights in Cuba. And lastly, an in loco visit to Cuba to confirm the situation of human rights violations there. We are here demanding justice. We know that the current authorities in Cuba have no legitimacy in their origin or their practices. They are not just, and they cannot defend human dignity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all that information. It's a situation really that is hard to believe can be happening in the 21st century. Such huge risk for the people. And yesterday, we were at an event aimed at figuring out how the Inter-American Commission can work on some proposals of principles regarding the right to freedom of artistic expression. And that is such a broad concept, and it includes all kinds of expressions that human beings can have. Now I'll give the floor, first of all, to Commissioner José Luis Caballero for his comments. Thank you very much, Madam President, and greetings to the Rapporteur Pedro Vaca and the people who have joined us today. I thank you for your presence today, and also our guest who was with us virtually. It's always discouraging to see these empty seats over here. When we come to hearings, we expect to have some sort of bilateral dialogue before the Inter-American Commission. And this is the absence of a state that does not want to work with an institution such as the Inter-American Human Rights Commission. I regret this situation yet again, and it is my fervent hope that this situation will change and that at some point we will have the participation of an open state, open to dialogue and to international scrutiny. I paid careful attention to what you have told us, and I'd like to just pose a question to you regarding legislation and the acts of the authorities. I just would like to have a more specifically defined perspective. You've talked about this law of communication that is the main topic of this hearing, but you've also referred to the criminal code that was passed in 2022, and also you've referred to a decree that you've mentioned, Decree Law 370, which directly inhibits freedom of expression. And I heard the comment also that authorities had been repressing and threatening civil society, not necessarily basing it on these instruments, but on something beyond this. I'd like for you to tell me whether this specific set of legal instruments makes it possible for these arbitrary actions to take place in some way, or are the authorities generating a discourse where, based on that legislation, they are acting arbitrarily? That's one assumption. Or are the authorities repressing citizens knowing that they are at least going against these specific parameters, because that would put us in a differentiated situation. I hope I was able to express this clearly. Is it based on the law, grounded on the law, because these instruments make repression and censorship possible? Or second possibility, is it an interpretation of these instruments, but are they arguing that they do it with the support and grounded on these legal instruments? Or third possibility, is there no basis on any legislation, and even though the law says one thing, they have the authority to act otherwise? Because it would seem that some of the acts of the police, they said you can't do this because this will happen. That would be arbitrary interference. But there's a possibility that this also goes against internal legislation. Or maybe it's all three possibilities, all three situations. I'd like to hear your comments about this. And again, I thank you for being here. Thank you very much, Commissioner. The Special Rapporteur, Pedro Vaca, now has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioners. I'd like to thank the civil society organizations that are here today, and also thank the Commission for providing this time for us to speak during our 188th session. If we look at this, the human rights situation in Cuba, and in particular freedom of expression, if we look at that and compare it to multilateral instances where there is the ability to publicly speak about what they have reported here, I think it's difficult to be civil society organizations in Cuba, including being a journalist, and there are a lot fewer spaces, civic spaces in Cuba. So I'm grateful to be a part of this commission that is always monitoring Cuba and also the system of petitions and cases also. And this has to be defined as nothing short of a tragedy. And as the president was saying, when the human rights treaties and the articles on freedom of expression were written, we never thought that in 2023 we'd be looking at photographs of people who are in jail for having written songs. And on my behalf, and I think the inter-American community also believes that this should lead us to deep thought and reflection. Some general comments now, if I may. You've brought to us a very strong criticism of this communications law that we've had a chance to analyze, and there's a public note that has referred to this. But I'd like to say that there's something that came before this law, and it goes as deep as the Constitution. Even before I became rapporteur in 2019, the person who had this job before I did said that Cuba is the only country in the hemisphere where there is not a single guarantee of freedom of expression, and that has not changed for the better at all. And in fact, laws such as the ones we're discussing today really indicate significant regression. And Cuba, unlike other states on the continent, and we need to make sure we mention this during our hearings, in other places, if something is not forbidden, it is allowed. But in Cuba, legal permissiveness for communications is just for state communications. So what is defined as journalism on the island is much closer to propaganda than what we know as freedom of expression. And I'm talking about a diagnosis that took place maybe 6 years before this communications law, but it has a significant influence and relatedness to what we're discussing today. Henry's testimony was interesting. I'm sorry to say it this way, but it's really unbelievable that a journalist is not allowed to be in a different place to where he is registered. Journalism, by its very nature, means that when news happens, you have to go there. And this is not just any news. We're talking about meetings of high-level dignitaries before the meeting of the UN General Assembly. If representatives of many states are meeting in Cuba, then it would feel natural for a journalist from Camagüey to travel to Havana, but according to their institutional architecture, this cannot be done. I was there and I talked to reporters about Henry's arrest, and it seemed to me that there could be no way to justify it. And such was the case that he was released sometime later. But there's another element that's been mentioned here as well. It's the impact of this seen as a lesson, teaching a lesson to people. Every case is not just a single case. It's also a message for the rest of the group. I'd also like to mention that Cuban society has something to say. And what seems to me even more tragic is that these institutional instruments mean that this feeling, this frustration has no way to be vented. And to be honest, within Cuban society, there is disagreement. And honestly, I don't see that these legal instruments make it any easier to solve these disagreements. In fact, I think it's going to make them deeper. This commission also, and I remember the commission made some statements after the July 11th protests, and at that time they were reproaching the Cuban government for its secrecy, for being so close. We're given data about people arrested. There are some allegations about trials that do not happen according to international law, and there's silence from the other side. And as Commissioner Caballero was said, made very clear by looking at these empty chairs here. And as the Commission said at the time in 2021, it's very important to continue to call for an end to this secrecy from Cuba, because the complaints of civil society, a visit, for example, would require some opening up to observation or for recommendations to be made so that the Cuban state can act more in line with human rights international agreements, which is one that has been signed. I want to mention very specifically people who are imprisoned in this case. Recently, I submitted my triennial plan for my second mandate as rapporteur, and I'm very grateful for that trust placed in me. And with my team, we were very concerned about the number of people imprisoned for trying to exercise their freedom of expression. It's not just a problem in Cuba, but it is the biggest problem in Cuba. And I hope that this situation can be reverted, but we need to be able to confirm what their situation is. If someone is imprisoned for writing a song, I think the international community should have the possibility at least to come and see under what conditions they're being held. And a lot of the people who are being held in custody are being isolated from their families, is what we hear. And I think this is something that we should pay attention to. And when I started my term in October of 2020, I remember that you could speak to some journalists, some artists on the island. And we shouldn't forget about the exodus that has happened when people started raising their voices in July of 2020, because it's you go to jail or you die or you have to leave. Those are the consequences for trying to exercise your freedom of expression. And I'd like to conclude with a couple of questions. And this along the lines of what Commissioner Caballero was saying. This communications law does have an intimidating effect due to the vagueness of its precepts and include even the context of it in the assembly session during which this law was approved, they talked about a media war. They said, and this is from high authorities of the Cuban state, they talked about preventing subversion, so associating freedom of expression, what people might be able to say, with the desire to subvert the established order. And they see social communication as not wanting to build a certain image for the country. So hoping that journalism might help to build or somehow mold an image of the country. So my question is about this law. What other effects does this law have in addition to this inhibitory effect? And the second question regarding what Norges was saying. In Cuba, according to the reports we've heard, they have the least free internet on the continent. And at least what we've seen from the rapporteurship, internet is sort of a channel, even with as restricted as the internet is, it is a bit of a window for the expression of some critical voices. So what would you be calling for from the Commission, from the Inter-American community, so that this can be expanded, this use of the internet? And there are some conversations on the hemisphere that say that the internet and the use of social media is restricted. But I look at Cuba, and I think if interventions of this time are going to be made, we need to really look at the potential impact of whatever we do on countries such as Cuba. Another question. You've given us information about a number of specific cases, and we will follow up on them. Could you submit in writing a list of the persons that you believe are facing severe restrictions in Cuba or outside the Cuba due to their need to express themselves freely with the public benefit as a goal? So it would be very important if you could share these names and these cases with us. Thank you. Listening to the Commissioner talk about the absence of representatives of the Cuban state and the empty chairs, I'm about to conclude my 8th year in the second session, and during all these times when we had an opportunity to do so, we always called on the Cuban state to open up to dialogue. But we know that it is not possible and why it has not been achieved. I was going to go back to what our rapporteur was saying when he was mentioning the internet. And when we talk about restrictions, because there's a lot on the internet that should not be there, we need to protect the certain groups. But when we listen to you, those restrictions on the very limited access to internet you sometimes have is something we need to keep in mind when we try to come up with any formulas. But our rapporteur has already expressed this idea in a very specific manner. So I'd like to refer now to 2 of the petitions that you have for the Inter-American Human Rights Commission. The creation of a special follow-up mechanism. I think that is a proposal that we need to assess. The special mechanisms we have are precisely those formulas, those plans that we've been able to establish and maintain so that we can have more continuous information so that we don't have a break. We're not divorced from the community itself, in this case, the Cuban community. And so we can have some special mechanisms that allow us to be informed and be in communications with them. I remember hearings in which we simply have not been able to listen to people who want to come and provide their testimony because there's simply no communication with them, method that's possible to use with them. So having these mechanisms, these monitoring mechanisms will be important. One result for the Commission, and it's something I will propose to our rapporteur and to the group of commissioners, I will tell them about how important it is for Cuba to also have a special mechanism because of how valuable we believe it is to have something like this and how useful these mechanisms have been to us. We have the MECENI with Nicaragua, MECENI with Venezuela, and we are collecting information. We have a reservoir of historical information that we want to manage well because we have this commitment to memory, truth, and justice. And it makes it much easier if we have all this information that we can receive and collect. So I think it is a very good request. Now, regarding the visit that's being requested, that's not so simple. I'm also a rapporteur for Venezuela, I have to tell you, and I tried to travel there. We had an academic invitation to visit, and before we could board the plane, we were told that we would not be allowed to board the plane because Venezuela has just said that we would not be allowed to land in Venezuela, to get off the airplane. So we found another way. We landed in Cucuta in Colombia. But what I'm trying to say with this is that a visit would require the approval of the state, and I don't think that the conditions exist for us to be able to get this authorization. But then we should think about what the Permanent Council of the OAS might be able to come up with as some means of having a space for dialogue with some states of the hemisphere, a way to bring up this topic and discuss it. And this is an idea that we should work on. And we're talking about the need for this call from a political perspective, a call to those states, those governments that want to work for democracy, for pluralism. We ask them to put this on the OAS agenda and its permanent council, which also should represent that, should be a space for this type of discussion. And I think this is what we have to spend our time on. A venue where the voices, the expressions, the opinions of journalists, of the media, of artists, where those voices can be heard and where they can fight for this right by having their voices heard. So I'm taking a note of this idea. I will communicate it to the rest of the Commission to see what ideas and what proposals we can come up with. So thank you very much. And now we're going to give you a couple of minutes for any final comments you wish to make. And also to conclude, I'd like to go back to something else our rapporteur was saying. It's important to have specific information about individual cases because this helps the Commission to identify the type, the form of repression, the content of those repression mechanisms, and of the effect that this is having on people's lives. So we'd like to have that information from you in writing if that's possible. We offer you the floor. Yes, on
arbitrariedad, o sea, si se utilizaban solamente.
And if the laws were the ones that were used to violate free expression on the internet, or freedom of expression, we need to look at, on 70, we have the case of 70 people who have been fined on the basis of that decree. And so that decree is wielded against those people. We know that. On the other hand, there are selective powers on the internet, or the lack of it, depending on how you want to see it, but there is no real law that governs there. It's a kind of a lawless universe there. And sometimes in multilateral spaces, these things are flat denied. Bottom line, there is no legal system that would justify this, either the activist or selective interventions or those that are total shutdowns of the internet or all of the social networks, press and organizations included. You choose how wide the net is that you wish to cite. But when we talked about the calls for greater consideration that the ICHR has made, well, above and beyond derogating certain laws, 370, 375, 335, the new one on communications, the penal code, which also includes a number of articles that, quite frankly, are very deliberately couched to intimidate civil society, you name it. However you want to look at it, kind of takes you back to a declaration back in 2020 at the UN, which was based on a report that you here, the ICHR, had drawn up. And that was the only time that the Cuban state, of course, Cuba isn't here to say anything different, but that was the only time that they actually faced the question of the shutdowns of the internet. And that was 10 days before the protests of the 11th of July. And they were shutting down the internet. They denied it. They denied it from here to kingdom come, but that's what happened. And the report that was drawn up by you, by the ICHR, was determinative. And the 11th of July protests were as we know they were. This is history. So I think we can only keep putting this before all of us and not making like it didn't happen here and at the UN. Now, has the communications law been applied? We don't really know. We don't have the information to hand, but the legal standards that have been used most often were 370, and Decree 335 has been wielded as a threat, but it hasn't targeted any particular individual to our knowledge. But 370, covered any number of persons, I think 70 people who were able to access their files. We in Ucabaya every month draw up a report on this sort of violation and the fines that are attendant thereto, because very often these are targeting specific individuals. And what we have been able to do, we've decided, is that any time this sort of thing is published, we share it with you guys. We bring it to your attention here at the IACHR. Very often, this flows from what other reports have published, Freedom House and others. Cuba being the last place in the hemisphere in terms of freedom of the internet is concerned. And so that's what we keep our eye on, and we will continue to do so and let you know. When we get the information, we'll pass it on, certainly. Very briefly, if I may, with regard to the petition of the Special Rapporteur on the drawing up of that list, let me say that, yes, this is certainly feasible, but let's be clear, it's a list that would have to be agreed upon by the families, by the relatives of those who are already under arrest, because you can't just jump into this like a bull in a china shop, and you have to take into account the geographic dispersion of these people and the danger, the delicate situation, the precarious nature of the position of these activists. We have mentioned here a number of the aspects involved, but another question to speak of precarious situation has to do with the economic situation, the financial status of these people and their families. So all of this to say, in any event, that we, all of us present, and with others who are present, will more than happily, if woefully, put our heads together and try to come up with information that can be of use to the IACHR as timely as we can make it. Thank you so much yet again for giving us the opportunity to review and to sum up a little bit what we have been trying to share with you, and particularly with regard to putting that list together. As a matter of fact, we've got most of the information available as I speak. We can get it to you pretty fast. We also have a monitoring system, thanks very much to my good friend here, civil rights defenders. So, can do. And pretty quickly, too. We're very grateful for your input, input from the rapporteurship, really very grateful. This rapporteurship for freedom of expression, is there any question about it, with regard to Cuba, it really points to an extreme situation. Venezuela is a situation of its own. But Venezuela is not in the same situation as Cuba, in the sense that it hasn't been that many decades, it may feel like it, but that many decades since this type of power has been crushing. And let's not forget for a minute that Cuba has been a very able exporter of such measures, because they know what works. And so when the Commission decides to act on our recommendations, I totally I understand the implications that wielding the concept of impunity can bring, if we think of Cuba. And the interpretation of the law in terms of whether something is arbitrary or not, or what the law says in that regard, I totally concur with what my colleagues have said and what was said just before we met. We were just saying, looking back to Michael Osorbo, who had won a prize. Well, where is he? Well, he's been thrown into jail because he interpreted that song, somebody who's well known. And he's moldering in jail. I'm telling you, but Michael, this is not his first time in jail, alas. Decree 349, the minute that came out, Michael put together a concert. Of course, he was immediately arrested because he had the audacity to call that. Now, he wasn't sentenced under that, but the legal apparatus of Cuba, we know this, has every note in the scale that they can use to punish, to coerce, to shut up. They don't have to use every one of the last dot and tittle of control of social media. They have other things already well-oiled and tested. And if you read the new law on social communications with great attention, it mentions the norms and decrees that are extant. It is all embracive. It isn't forward-looking. It builds on what is, so that the law on social communication in Cuba today doesn't have to spell out verbatim what actions or what speech is punishable. They are making reference to everything that is already punishable, so they bring it into one sweep. The Cuban regime and its multiple agencies that are expert in repression, its intelligence services, have as their very protocol the fundamental freedoms of each individual and the violation thereof. If you have to violate the law to violate their human rights, you can do so easily. It's been considered to be a violation very easily in the blink of an eye. And in their truly unbelievable speeches, it's virtually incredible if you didn't know it were true, the exercise of tyrannical power that Cuba continues to exert 60 years on. You know, the Constitution of 2019 that was hatched by the Communist Party Commissioner Pedro, you know it as we do, it establishes very clearly that the Communist Party, and this is text, I mean this is verbatim, is society and the state, and no one can change any element thereof. But this would be considered a violation of the state, of the state's rights. It would be truly an act of hubris in terms of respect for the state. And anybody who dares do this knows what he or she is in for. It's unlivable, unbreathable. It is a violation of every fundamental human right. It's that simple. And that is why it becomes essential, does it not, that we look carefully at this so-called exceptional situation that has lasted, I said 60 years, it's exactly 64. You know, maybe the region has become used to this, but this extraordinary situation is no longer extraordinary. Of course we want the IACHR to go to Cuba. This is why we're begging for this. But we do understand that it's not up to the IACHR. That's precisely the point. We don't think for 1 minute that the Cuban regime is going to join us in this room. Are you kidding me? But the member states of the IACHR should have the courage to stand up and call out. We do expect it from the member states. We don't expect it from Cuba, alas and alack, but we expect it from everybody else. When we talk about defense of democracy in the countries that are members of this organization, surely people should have the guts to get up and say so. We must have the courage to defend our democracy. We know the dictatorship isn't going to play ball, but that doesn't mean that this commission cannot yet go to the Permanent Council of this organization to ask for measures to be taken to assist the Cuban people. And let's not forget that it's the Cuban people that have put their lives on the line for decades, knowing what they were facing, and sometimes paying the cost. And this organization and so many others have met it with silence for the most part, that courage. So I think it is time for the IACHR to go to the Permanent Council of the OAS and to plead their case. Rapporteur Vaca has stated quite clearly, we have very, very little access to international press. But you know, for 15 years, the Cuban regime has sat on the UN Security Council, for heaven's sakes. We need your support. I don't know how else to put it. And whence will that support come if not from you? Let me put it bluntly. There has to be an action against the principal repressor in this hemisphere, which is the Cuban regime, the dictatorship that is still there. Thank you very, very much indeed, says the President of the Commission. What a stellar opportunity we've had to exchange these views unvarnished and quite clear, as is our expression of solidarity with the Cuban people, with our defense for human rights throughout this American hemisphere, per our mandate. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I declare this hearing ended, thanking every one of you for your presence and your kind attention. Thank you.